What up? Sorry for the late start. I just now noticed that our... Okay, thank you so much, Stream Elements. Wow. Okay, Stream Elements. Holy shit, starting off strong here. God damn it. As I was saying, I finally noticed that our alerts don't match up to the sounds that are playing. Or that just started and I just noticed it, I don't really know. It's very likely that I only just noticed it, and it's been happening the whole time. Yeah, nobody else tells me. Nobody tells me, they just assume. If nobody tells me that it's wrong, I thought it was maybe just some kind of like glitch or something for the day. Literally nobody else mentions it. They should be okay now. Yeah, well, you know. Always dismissing Polish people. That's just how the West works, right? Never taking Poland seriously. Not when Hitler invaded. Not when the Soviets were in control. Nobody ever takes Poland seriously. But yeah, it should be better now. I hope. Sorry, I'm making my potion. Green potion. Taste of lime. Do you know why? Because I bought like 50 more of these than I did any other flavor. I was like, oh yeah, lime tastes great. Not when you have so many that's all you have. And now I just have to drink it. I just have to drink like 3 weeks worth of lime water. Damn it. What are we doing today? Did we mention yesterday what we were planning to do today? Swimming. We could try once again to fix that issue with the domain being too large. The worst case scenario is that we'll have to keep those planes in other parts of the map where we have water, which thankfully is only like 3 places. There's the cave, the mine, and then back by the Keck altar. Oh no, also in the desert. So there's 4 places where we have the plains, but they're not deep enough for the player to really be able to swim in them. So if we need to keep them there, like whatever. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. But we'll see. What I can say as we get started here is I did have a nice talk with the combat designer last night, and I think we have a pretty good idea of the directions we want to go. So I think number one, and something we had to remind ourselves a couple times, was that combat is not a pillar of our game. It should exist. It should be, you know, enjoyable, of course, but it should not be it should not be something that is so deep that it, you know, what's the word? You know, dominates the thought process and the discussion of the game. But we do have a pretty good idea of how we can achieve this with keeping things you know, casual and mechanic oriented, so combating the mechanics of enemies. But we're not going to, you know, cry if the player is able to brute force or just kill a lot of things with like fire effects, you know, doesn't matter to us. More importantly is how we can use it in the world and create some interesting... God, the water looks so good. How do we get rid of the white stuff? Someone jizz in the pool. How do we get rid of that? Wave. Ocean wave. It's gotta be the choppiness, right? It is, but I don't know how to... Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it is. Is it the wavelength? Potentially. This looks bad if it's too low. 1,000. It's getting there. $6,000 is serviceable to me. I think that works. Yeah. Okay, so the domain for this, where's our coastline? Domain. Now, ideally, we would make this as small as the lake itself. Unfortunately, adjusting the area resolution also pretty dramatically fucks up the simulation. Hey, Military, how you doing? Fixing that would be the most ideal. I don't know if there's any way to do it though. What did this do again when it was lowered? I remember doing something we absolutely did not want it to do. But I can't quite recall what that was. Oh, I think it made it so that the... Oh no, they look fine. The hell? Wait, what? Oh, it doesn't extend far enough. Oopsies. Oopsies. Wonder why it looked weird. Yeah, I think it was that at a small enough resolution, it just fails to properly work at all. Oh, because there's like fall off on the ground map. Ooh. Yeah, we don't want that. That's weird. It doesn't really happen here. Oh, no, it does. It definitely does. Is there any way I can fix that? True. I mean, that fixes that issue. Okay. Hold on. It only look fixed over here, though, if you ask me. Oh, no, it is. Ish. That's weird. Just like not working there at all. And then we have we have a big old hole issue. Oh, why? Why are you the way that you are? Yeah, and this coastline is entirely fucked up. Wonderful. I can fix some elements of that. Almost absent. I think I'm just gonna revert that. Yeah, I'm just reverting that. Fuck it. Slept so well and still got 0 energy. Maybe you slept too well. Don't they say that if you sleep too long, it's the same as sleeping too little? You know, ignoring extreme cases. Okay, we can fix these with some phantom cubes. Alright, there we go. That one's fixed. You might be able to hear that if you're over here. I feel like this is such a hacky solution for the water. Clearly this water is designed to work much better with actual coastline. Or, you know, islands, right? Prototypes do, that's true. That is true. Very, very fair. I mean, to an extent, discovering that this is probably not our best solution for water, or at least it isn't ready yet for the solutions we want to use it for. I think that's a good thing. You know, that is the intention, is to find the tools that we need to use and rely upon and modify in order to fit our needs. So I don't know why I'm so upset that we are succeeding at testing the things we need to test in a prototype. I guess I just wish they worked more out of the box without adjustment. But I mean, you know, beggars can't be choosers, right? Okay, player can't go that far. Player can probably hear this. Doesn't need to be that big though. Oh, I know what we were gonna do today. We were gonna replace the rivers, or try to, without completely breaking everything. Spoiler alert: we will break things. A fair warning. Okay, I think I cut out all parts that I can see of the water. My only problem is that with the domain size being so big, it does have to, as far as I know it will have to calculate this. I mean, it's not super performance unfriendly after adding it. I don't really see any change. But it still just worries me that, well, I can't lower the domain size because it fucks up the ground capture of where I need it. But then the ground capture is just absurdly huge. Like, there's no reason we need to be doing ground capture all the way this far out, right? It's weird. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at the very least, placing these things down does seem to fix it, so I guess if I just really don't want it to be used, I can just put these phantom boxes all around the edge of the map, theoretically. You have a question, what is ground capture? So it is capturing the topography of the level and using it to determine where to perform certain features of the water, like this. You can see it with the green lines and the red lines here. And anything where it's red is technically, we want to avoid that because it's harder to manage the performance of. Green and blue is okay. To me, the simplest solution is just making overly massive phantom cubes. I'm just doing that. I don't know, it just seems stupid, but whatever, I guess. that should pretty much... Oh. That not work? Should be deep enough. Yeah, like I'd like to just get rid of the red. Didn't really solve anything, did it? That worked. Maybe they just weren't thick enough. It should just nullify the ground capture. Like the ground capture should just... Okay, it didn't. That didn't solve a damn thing. Alright, we can just delete those then. Worth a try. I wish I could default this to not showing. It's like we don't need to see the phantom cubes. They just kind of... They appear and then disappear soon after the start of the game. I should fix these too. For camera sensitivity. That should fix simulation errors. Yeah, see that? So because of the material that's on them, they are still being rendered and seen. I need them to be visible just for the briefest of moments while the capture for the lake works. And then just disappear. So thankfully pretty much everything we use is dynamic lighting, so once it's gone it just doesn't affect the world anymore. And then garbage collector will take care of them after that, so. A little bit hacky, but it works. That's something too that like a loading screen would fix, right? Loading level, it would wait for that to finish before telling the loading screen that it can move on. So that's not important. I want to make that hut waypoint also disappear. It's this one, right? Waypoint? Yeah. I'm gonna say begin play. If valid, or if not valid, sorry, destroy self. That way when we do more like simulations in engine, we shouldn't get any errors anymore, and we shouldn't have that hot waypoint visible at all times. Yeah. I could also make the pop-up not show up if the player character... Oh. Could make this into a function. Let me do that, because I feel like we're going to be using that quite a lot. And then if we change the character class at any time, or we need to add some other stuff to that, we can pull that function and just change that. Is character valid? We'll do output boolean, and then 2 outputs for execution. We can have multiple execution outputs, can't we? No, we can't. Okay, so we'll just output the 1 boolean then. That's fine, whatever. Doesn't need to be a function then, it could just be a macro. Is player valid? We can just do that and then just branch off of there. Should fix that bug. Should crash the engine, okay. Understandable. I would do the same thing. Okay, that bug's fixed. Where's the pop-up? Startup widget. Open world. I think that's created in the level blueprint. Yeah. So we'll only make that if the player is valid. That way from now on, if we want to do simulation tests in the world, we won't have the pop-up, we won't have the widget, any of the bullshit that we don't need when we just want to quickly test if something's working. Could do the same thing for the tutorial as well. It's probably also created here, isn't it? Part of the game HUD. We should still be able to put it in begin play or on construct. Yeah, we'll leave the context one for now. I don't think that's too big of a deal. Mówię po polsku. Jestem Polakiem. Fajny pro. I mówię po angielsku. Great deflection, right? Hey, you prepared me, okay? You prepared me. He's like quickly Googling English to Polish. So proud. Probably had me like minimized or on the other screen. You're like, what the fuck? Why did you just switch to Polish for no reason? Okay, where's my phantom cubes? Get those out of here. Okay, I think we are ready to tackle the rivers. If we can, I don't even know how to begin. I really don't know how to begin with those. Like, I can have the water just flowing down, but I don't know if that's what I want to do. I don't know where it will go. I think I need to see how they set up their waterfall map. I mean, the whole English or Spanish thing, isn't it just to be like, first person that moves is gay? Isn't that what it is? What? Like, should I not move? Does it matter? It's kind of weird though that they do it to streamers, right? Only matters if you're okay with being gay. Yeah, it's like, I don't care. Like, great, now all these hot dudes I can bang. Wonderful. I don't see the issue. Being bi makes you immune to these kinds of low-level spells. Yeah, it's like being bi is the ultimate... It's the ultimate cheat to life. You can literally just be attracted to anybody that you find attractive. What am I looking at? Oh yeah, we're checking out the map. Doesn't make you attractive to both sexes being a bin cell, but Jesus Christ, so fucking stupid. Here's the problem though, is we would need another simulation domain. Spicy hot take, but I don't really believe in exclusive sexuality. I don't think it's a spicy hot take. I mean, I do not want to bang dudes, right? Like, I can still find some dudes really attractive. Like, there are some pretty hot looking dudes out there, right? But it's not like I want to bang them because of it. There's kind of organizations that currently fight for human rights. What do you mean by that? I don't think it would run counter, but maybe you have a different view on that. Oh, interesting. So they use that to help push the water down, to help control the flow. Okay, that's interesting. But even the mere fact that we would need to have a flux scene paint. What does a scene painter do? What is a scene painter? Lifestyle perspective, and there's a political perspective. And political perspective is designed to reach voters more than guide lives. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, right? Be attracted to anyone you want, agree. Sexualities are mostly for categorization reasons. And I don't understand why we need to categorize people based on their sexuality. I don't know why it matters, why it should matter to me what someone is attracted to. I don't know, just bang what you want, I guess. There are tons of holes out there. Whichever one you want to stick your dick into is it's not my problem. World Painter and Brush. Manipulate data stored in the World Painter component. Okay, so you can like change wave size, wave type, color painters. Interesting. Oh, I see. Actually, that is useful. It's nice. That is nice. We might use something like that. Okay, pay attention to simulation resolution. And it needs to be power of 2. That might have been why it was kind of like looking weird. And not working properly. Tribalism. Tribalism. So annoying. You hate UIs. I don't mind UIs personally too much. I don't know. Maybe it's a bit tougher in like in Unity. Making an incremental game. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much all UI, right? My idle Darkest Dungeon game was all UI, and that was wasn't the most well made. It worked though. Yeah, see, this is an issue. If we obviously have to place a domain down. Understandable too. Unless we can. What if we can bake the rivers? Do you still need a domain down if you bake a static mesh? Doesn't really say, does it? Hmm. If we can generate static meshes of the water in the rivers, and they don't need to be in a domain, then we can retain the domain for the lake. We can also do this for the other ponds as well, although I'm not sure. You could just make banana. What you could do. I mean, it is what it is. Wait, don't make that. Don't save that. Good night, right? Maybe the domain won't cause problems if I just make it the power of 2, because I didn't really know that I needed to do that. The power of 1. Power of 2. Power of many. Let's try that. But I mean, I I can't go like super low here because I can go as low as 64 by 64, but that barely covers this unless I change it a little bit. Should be rich as fuck just have a butler that'd do everything for me like breakfast. That would be nice, wouldn't it? It's like it just refuses to work in some cases. I think if it's too close to the edge, it doesn't work. Ah, it's so fucking frustrating. Hmm. I don't know how I would sit less and move more doing what I do. Coastline map. Yeah, let me just buy a standing desk. No, I think the only way I can do this is by just baking static meshes. If I can. Which is the audio spline that's here? 6. I should still be able to place the domain down and simulate it, and hopefully we can get it working. We can't rotate those right now, so we'd have to do a pretty large square here. $20.48. How can I make this taller? There we go. Okay, let's put down a modifier. I think we need a wait source. What we want. Here is water. Thank you guys for the blessings. What happens if I simulate this? First, let me put all of the coastline nonsense in its own domain. Done folder. Okay, River 1. Yeah, that's just a set amount of water. Dribbling down. Like the jizz of an overworked man. Now we don't want to adjust, we want to set, I believe. Or is it add? How does this work? Fill, set. How does that take the... I need to like start back there, but not... we have to ignore these rocks? Maybe I can. Is there another rock back here that it's using? No, I think we're okay. It should enable it to ignore these rocks. We could also have it ignore this too. Although I'm not sure we want it to do that. But it's a start. It's not creating endless water. I still can't create like endless water. I don't know how to do it. They just fill? How do I create an endless source? I'm making the rocks very wet. That's so true. I want to be forklift uncertified. Okay, it should be set. What is that set? It's literally on the right mode. Set. It should set a constant amount. I don't actually know what I'm doing here. Well, I mean, some of these... Hold on. Let me go to the other maps. Because some of these other maps that he makes, he has these endless sources, like the waterfall. That's what we need. Or even this dynamic map. That's a good one too. Rectangle adjust. Duration is... Okay, so duration is -1. That's why it's endless. I was watching the beach balls fall off. Does that red jam simulation a waterfall in it? Not have a waterfall in it? Which one? The Blood River? Like from the documentation? I think it's by setting it to a -1 duration is what we want to do with this. I'm gonna try it now though. Hold on. Let me just either move these splines up or just delete them, these two. For now, we'll just do that. Yeah, that sets it a bit better. Obviously, that's not enough water. That's not really important. What is important right now is I want to know what happened. Okay, I mean, that was definitely understandable to happen. We are flooding the... Okay, the whole map is fucked. The whole map is fucked. We've created a flood. Mother Nature is reclaiming Cauldron Chronicles. The entire map is just getting fucked over now. Oh no. The water can't get through. It's piling up. Oh no. Chat. This is not good. I am creating a flood, chat. Please help. Wonder if it would give it. It would just. I think it would just fill up the domain, to be honest. And give it enough time, it would fill up this entire domain. Which is where? Here. This entire box would just get filled up eventually. Oops. You should leave it overnight. It'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Shit. Damn it. The beavers. What have they done? Cataclysm Chronicles. Pretty true. Look at this shit. It's filled up this whole area. Just keeps spreading. Jesus Christ. It's kind of mesmerizing to watch. No anti-water I'm gonna see if there is, because we might need it. But in reality, I just need to adjust the river a bit. We just kind of got distracted by watching it fill up the entire world. And something about it that's pretty enjoyable. It's getting blocked by the bridge. That's pretty funny, actually. There's some water here from the coastline, it looks like, that I need to get rid of. I mean, I guess eventually it would start to seep over and around the bridge. Like, it is filling up very slowly. Like, I believe in it, chat. I believe in Swamp Chronicles. This is what happens if you leave the hose on, by the way. Look, the river will be finished eventually. It's just gonna have a couple of problems. It's almost there. See, it's almost up to the road. It'll trickle around. We just have a few problems that are created because of that. Problem is that the river will fill out the lake. It shouldn't fill out the lake. If we can generate this mesh properly, we can utilize that. All we need to do is generate a static mesh for the river. Well, it shouldn't be flooding the whole area. But now that it is, I kind of like it. I'm kind of into it, you know? I've embraced the inevitability of this. Oh, see, here we go. Look at this. This is what we want. Yeah, you're right. Block drains can actually be quite dangerous. That can back up a lot of water into residential areas. Oh, see, here we go, chat. Look at this. See, we're all good. The river's complete. Isn't it beautiful, chat? Orthodox. So it's a river with a few asterisks next to it. Here we see the power of beavers. And no, I'm not talking about what's in your mom's pants. Yes, I would rather mine out the riverbed. You fix problems with destruction. That is the way of the world. I mean, the problem is the log. This issue here is for sure a blocking volume issue. There's some collider here. Or it's just because the ground map is taking into account. We need to tell it to ignore that. Where's the simulation domain? Fight fire with fire, fight water with dirt, fight neighbors with TNT. The neighbors of Minecromancy. Minecralchemy. Jesus Christ. What word did you just create? I don't even want to know. Now we could set multiple source modifiers for this river. All we really need to do is capture a reasonable number of frames that we can then I don't really know how the static mesh baking exactly works. Just simulate the river without the obstacles. Don't know because I kind of want the obstacles to adjust, to mess up the flow of the river. Interesting. I mean, I could just tell the river to ignore this too. It's not that big of a deal. But I'm really curious to see what all happens here. If I can just get it to where I need it to be. We need some water in there if we want it to look good. What is this one? Terrain? Yeah, get rid of that. Ignore that. Well, we don't want it to go over the log. We want it to go under the log. If anything, if the ground map capture still kind of fucks up here, which I think it will, a little bit, like for sure, then we just need to tell it to ignore these logs, which is fine. I don't mind doing that. You plop down some phantom cubes though. Hopefully those won't mess up the river. They shouldn't though. Big old dong is here. Jesus. Look at this thing. Whole Zapikanka of water. What the fuck is going on here? Not now. Sitar, not now. Oh my god. I don't know what that is. Does that still show up if I press simulate? Oh, it does. Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, as I thought it would do. Tis what it is. We have to want to put some blockers around the edges here. My much larger worry is just that I don't yet know if I can, you know, delete water as it's flowing down there, right? Right now it's just going to look really weird because it's ignoring the coastline domain. It's just going to fill this one up. It's going to look very awkward. It's like right now this is acceptable. It's workable. Should let the lake fill up from this. Well, we were going to make it a simulation domain fully, but I feel like that would be a very poor performance, and it wouldn't give us this coastline effect that I wanted. It's just at the start of the game, it should be empty. You have to play long enough for the lake to fill up. Yeah, Vortex is pretty cool, though. It's gonna blow up Lazarla's mini PC, yeah. If you don't move it, I'll take it as an assassination attempt. Like, this actually looks good. I mean, there's obviously some weird stuff to it. Especially since it's ignoring these logs now. This one looks a bit better. But I can appreciate this for what it is. Okay. Yeah, is there a way to remove water? I'm just tired. I'm always tired. Flux remove fluid material function. Okay, how do I do that? Need a vacay? It's probably true, to be honest. Oh, this is interesting. I mean, I'm not burning out of working, I'm just... You know, I can't really afford a vacation properly, so... And I can't leave the country right now, so... I mean, I know there are plenty of places I can vacation in Poland, don't get me wrong, but also then there comes the money aspect of it, so... We hired for Raptor Games for position of keeping him sane. I don't think anything can keep me sane. Guys, look at what I found here. The BP Flux Coastline Domain Actor generates a state that can be exported and saved as the data asset and stored in the project files. The Coastline State data asset can be used as an initial state in the Flux Coastline Domain Actor. And it seems like we could then get rid of the domain by doing this and have like a baked coastline. We should try this. Create an empty coastline data asset for storing the data. Okay, let's try that. Miscellaneous data asset Flux coastline state. Select the coastline domain. Right click, scripted actor actions, export, flux export coastline into lake coastline. Okay. If you're not planning to update the coastline dynamically, which we're not, maybe a better option would be removing or disabling the coastline domain actor and using coastline state directly in the surface actor. It may be way faster, more reliable, and save some memory. Configure coastline domain and export it to the state. We did. Set coastline domain effect world false. Set coastline domain is editor only actor true. And then find the surface. Set surface, coastline, or state. I don't see that. Oh, here it is. Lake coastline. Although we still have some water issues because I don't think I told it to rebuild. Oh my god, we have a lot of water just sitting here. Jesus Christ. The only real issue that creates is the sound. God, I really hate that. I really do hate that. Says you don't have to remove the domain actor from the scene because is editor only. Will remove it automatically for you in final build. Okay. Why are these no longer working? Because they're in a separate domain? No, because then this one wouldn't appear. Jesus Christ, it's just like a big long line. Why? How about this game? How about suck my dick? It's just that's such an annoying part of it. That's why I would it'd be great if I could just get static meshes of these, because they're not going to change. There's no dynamic aspect to the... And now it's not even fixing the height map. It's not ignoring the phantom cubes. I don't know why. You can just tell it, here's a line of water, make it settle, but keep the shape. it's not even, it can't settle because it's not a proper, it's not like a, it's not simulating the fluid in this case. It's just creating an infinite area where there is fluid. God. Oh, I think it's because it's using that predetermined state, so I need to generate a new state. I think I know why now. It looks wild, though. It's because I've generated states. Okay, I think I see the issue here. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we have some things we need to fix up here. I know what the issue is. We need to regenerate new textures for this. How did I do that again? Domain. Export. Hold on. Everything's getting borked. Okay, the water is removed. Except for here. It's awesome here. It like disappears. I could just keep spreading. The whole plague. STD. Okay, we need those there. We need to rebuild. They should poof away, hopefully. Everything should be spick and span here. All looks fine. All is right in the world. Yeah. Now we delete this. Or do we need to? Okay. We set effect world to be false, and then we go to surface coastline set the coastline state to that. And I think that that bakes our coastline, which makes it a lot more performance friendly, because now it's just going to be using these two textures to determine things. We do have this weird issue, but you know, not a big deal. Ignore it. If the player can't see it, we don't have to think about it. The Rorschach floods, yeah. Just ignore it. The player cannot and will never see it. Just enjoy. Enjoy the sitar music. Players aren't real. No, they aren't real. All players are fake. Okay, so that fixes a little bit of the issues or worries that I have. The other thing we want to do is generating these meshes. But it looks like you have to have the fluid simulation in a state that you want. But I'm questioning whether or not like, is this smart? Because don't I have to let the fluid pile up to an extent that this is reasonable to do? Hey, Holy Crusader, how you doing? You watch Dungeon Soup? I do not. What kind of game are you making? I am making an open world alchemy game where the potions you make can change the fate of the people you give your potions to. A very choice-driven RPG. And we're trying to fix our water right now. We've got our lake working, it's working pretty well. But I need to overhaul the rivers. How long have you been working on it? 112 days. And I'm pretty happy with ignoring that. That's just a bug that exists right now. Looks good for that time, thank you. The only reason the water doesn't look like this when you jump in it in game is because we have 2 simulation domains down. We need to delete this one, but we need to use it first to generate the river. And I'm trying to figure that out right now. That's what I'm struggling with. I'm thinking I could place some water in this corner and use it to generate the water. The water looks better than being in No Man's Sky water. You and me both agree on that. I appreciate what they did with the water changes in the newest update. I just don't think it looks that good. Like, it's not a bad surface simulation, right? It looks really good if you fly over it, but then it has no impact on the world, right? You know, the waves kind of just go through the geometry. Looks like your player's just floating. Yeah, it doesn't look good. And I'm hoping that our water looks better than that. The new update, no, the new update is good. I think the new update is good. I think the new water looks nice. But I think it looks better to fly over than it does to be near it. And we saw that in like their demo that they showed. It's way too clear. I think they wanted to go for like a stylization where you could see things below it. So we're trying to, well, what our goal today is to take both of our rivers, do this. We have a static source for the water, right? We need to let the water run its course down there, kind of build up a good looking stream, and then snapshot, you know, at least a few seconds of that data. Bake it to a static mesh and we should be good. This was our old river. Thankfully we're getting rid of that. Something to make oceans way better, deeper, underwater stuff. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Add Leviathan class fauna. The water, this once we can get rid of this domain, I'll show you what it looks like swimming in our lake right now. I love it, especially when there's a storm going on. But first we have to solve this problem with the water. Now these two are going to ignore each other because they're two separate domains, but I can make them appear as if they are the same domain by taking another one of these. Not that. We're going to move it down here and fill it into the corner. Currently, any big fauna in No Man's Sky looks so goofy, like the animation. I know people like to say some good things about it. I think No Man's Sky definitely is better than it was at launch. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But I also have a lot of problems with... How do I put it? Like, I have problems with just the game design itself. I need the water to be... here, and then the simulation domain. Unfortunately, we can't rotate the domain. Move that over for a second so I can finally tune this. Out of video memory. Okay. Thank you, Unreal. Thank God we have two computers for streaming and working, right? Feels so unfinished. Still feels like early access to just how hard it is to be immersed in the world. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it for like 20 planets, and then I had the same problem that I had with like Starbound or other games of that nature where you have those procedurally generated planets. At a certain point, the randomness loses in you've seen everything. After 20 planets in No Man's Sky, you've pretty much seen everything that the game has to offer. And it's like, what's to keep you there? What's the point of building a base on a planet when the planet, you know, you are encouraged to continually explore new planets? Alright, what did I break? What did I break? Okay, not much. We didn't lose too much. Yeah, we're okay. Even bases like the shadows they have and stuff look so bad. Like I see Moonlight in a fully sealed box. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of how No Man's Sky uses procedural generation. I think that it uses it as a selling point rather than as a... Let me rephrase that. They use it as a marketing tool rather than as a way to design interesting gameplay. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Holy shit, why am I using 17,000 megabytes of memory? Game? Okay, it's better now. Must be some kind of leak or something when moving shit around. Is it when moving the domain around or something? I don't know what it is. How leak funny because of water, right? Yeah, I can make some good aquatic fauna though. Just find a cool eel-like thing. But most of the time it sucks. Yeah, and that's the problem that I have with procedural generation is like, would you rather a game that sometimes works well? Yeah, actually this is a prototype. We're working on a prototype right now and our water looks better than No Man's Sky. And we have DLSS support. Unlike Elden Ring. Alright, let's see how this looks. Oh, let me put a couple of boxes around this too. So that the water doesn't leak off the edges. This is a flat world, unfortunately, so... Gotta be a little careful. Probably make them a bit thicker, actually. Alright, let's see. No, stop leaking. Stop it. Why are you leaking? Stop it. Let me just put it a little bit lower. Fuck it. That's what she said. It's true. She's a bitch. She didn't need to say that. So it should fill up the... I put a little bit of water down here. Just so that when it fills, it kind of looks more accurate. Hopefully it works. Only you could set... I can set the water velocity. I can set the water velocity. I just don't know if I want to. If it flew harder. But it looks good once it's built up a bit, right? Like once it's built up here, it could also just be that this river is unnaturally very, very steep. Try it? Okay, I'll try it once I see how this looks at the end here. Where's it going? Hello? Water? Are we okay? I mean, that is kind of what we want to happen, just was hoping, you know, it would happen a bit further down. What if it's because the domain is too close to the edge? Wonder if it's edging. Okay, I'll adjust the velocity. So chat can stop bitching at me. Like they always do. There's an intensity. What if I set this to 1,000? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna guess that this is not... Yeah, you know... I'm thinking of all the effects that we want to happen. This is probably not the one that I want in the game. You know, as interesting as it kind of is, I don't think we want that. Make a tsunami. It's gonna play so weirdly with all the collision. This is not what I wanted to happen, honestly. It was getting deleted in this corner. Oh, I think I know why. It's because the other source modifier is it's set to set. So I think it's actually deleting the water as it gets near to it. That's interesting. Or I shouldn't say deleting, but it is setting the water to the level of this square. So yeah, you can see it. It's taking the water and then setting it down to this level. Which actually is good to know. We do want it to do that, just not, you know, not with this. This is clearly not what we want from our river. This is not a river. I've seen many rivers in my life. This is not one of them. I mean, it looks cool, don't get me wrong. It definitely looks cool. Oh. That's where a lot of the water is going to. It's so stupid. Okay, let's reset that. Let's try this again. Intensity is not the thing that we want to modify. Back to 1 with you. Velocity. Oh my god, dude, it is speeding. Just an experiment, or do you tend to keep this after the prototype? I want to bake this into a static mesh so that this river does not look like this, but instead will look like this. And then adjust the terrain around it so it looks a bit more natural. Although realistically I should modify the terrain first for many reasons. For many reasons. We're learning. Yeah, I've never made a river with this before, so I'm trying to just figure out what is our best practice here. The river's faster. I think it's outputting too much water. Moment. I also think this river just starts up too high. Or should have some like smaller pools that like drip down. Well, see, it looks good except for the fact that it is flooding. It's a terrain issue. I'm pretty sure that's also a river issue. I'm pretty sure if you just randomly increased every river speed in the world to twice, you wouldn't say it's a terrain issue, that it would be a river issue. Okay, let's fix this. Having like a couple of ponds would be nice. I mean, obviously we know that this turn is a problem because it's just pushing so much water over the edge. Right, and the amount of terrain that is... It has to be traversed. It's just pushing so much water over this edge. And then you have a similar issue here, although with the exacerbated by the log not being very high. If we had it like come down into a smaller pond and then use that pond to fill up, you know, one down here and then another one that leads in, I think it would look better. Plus it gives us another smaller option for when we add fishing into the game. So maybe we can do that instead. Where are the borders here? The barriers. Pretty near the edge. Visible walls, I agree. But they are necessary for the prototype, unfortunately. Let's put a pond here. The pond 2 will allow us to eat some of the velocity. So, you know, we can have it coming down pretty fast from the source, but then use another a modifier in the pond specifically to set the water to that level, and it'll eat some of the velocity. Starfield has invisible walls, but they protect by a thick layer of boring. I actually never ran into the edge of a world in Starfield. The only problem I had, and I said it before Starfield came out, the one thing it needs to do, if you're doing procedurally generated planets, fine. But you need to have variety, right? You need for the things that spawn to make sense. And in many cases, they didn't. They had like very little variety to the random base spawns that could occur, and they could occur anywhere, right? It would be nice, sure, if you had a moon you could land on and it only really had uses for resources, right? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I liked what they wanted to accomplish with the base building system and sending resources between planets and moons. I enjoyed that. But it's like, I don't want to land on a planet and moon and see the same base that I've been to and explored 10 times already with the same loot in there. Usually their games are crafted with a lot of hotspots. Yeah, it's, for me, I think that Bethesda, or that Starfield is actually a really good base for modding the game. And if somebody, you know, if a group of people could work together and just churn out over 100 unique locations, they don't even have to be big, right? But just 100 unique things that can spawn, you would have so much more variety in the procedural generation. I mean, being too boring is a separate matter, I think. I think the procedural generation is one matter. How, like, the main story is another matter. You know, it is what it is. Thank you for the Discord notification sound. Did we fool anyone? I liked Starfield. I don't think it was amazing. I don't think it was incredible. But I enjoyed it.
Mr. President, wake up.
Thought my friend started streaming. Got him. I wish there was a lot more to do in space. I really think the game, I will see which, I will play, by the way, I will play Shattered Space live on stream. I bought the deluxe edition. Think of that what you will. But, you know, I'm going to be getting Shattered Space, so I'll play it on stream. We'll see what it offers, and maybe if we want, we can do a new playthrough before that happens. I don't know. That's the DLC for it, the expansion. We can watch the trailer if you want, if you guys want. The new trailer actually looks pretty cool. The funny thing is it's creating almost an entirely handcrafted area. Alright, we'll watch it. It actually looks pretty awesome. Shattered... Not Shattered Dome. Shattered Space trailer. We chase dreams. Dude, true. So true. That's what I'm doing right now. And embrace shadows. Shadows are pretty sexy. Uh-oh.
We have received a distress call of unknown origin. There is no record of a star station in this orbit. Something is not right.
It reminds me a lot of Prey. Hey, Coach Carter.
Coming aboard was a mistake. We need to run.
I mean, okay. I mean, this looks good, right? We can all agree. But this is exactly what they should have done with the main game, which was just make handcrafted areas. Like, just make 6 to 10 planets, handcraft some areas that we can land onto. Give me that, you know, Mass Effect experience combined with Bethesda's looting and RPG elements, right? Because Mass Effect's great, but it's very linear. And I would love to have that Bethesda handcrafted location experience combined with, you know, with the element of space, right? That's what I was kind of hoping that Starfield would be.
Carefully. They will determine how long you live. You trespass in the home of House Varoon. Your fate will be decided by the Great Serpent.
Can you feel its embrace encircling your heart? Constricting until there is no more you. Only us.
Making a death ray. Does that play with the main story? I don't fucking know. The main story was not very good in Starfield. This looks okay. You know, I'd like to see what this plays like. I'm curious. I think Starfield is a really good franchise opportunity. You know, Starfield was not that great, but maybe Starfield 2, they can actually improve upon the things that didn't work. I'm hopeful. We might play it again whenever that comes out. I don't know when it comes out. Shattered Space. Can you not pre-order it yet? No, it's just they just have the premium edition upgrade, okay. No pre-orders. I'm just curious what the release date is on it. For me, though, I think that Starfield did some things very well that don't get enough credit. I think the faction quest lines were some of the best that Bethesda has ever made. I think they were more morally, or I would say that, yeah, no, a combination of they were more morally and ethically compelling than pretty much every Baldur's Gate 3 quest, if you ask me. I know that gets me in a lot of hot water every time I mention it, but that's just how I feel with it. Let's just flatten it down to this level down here. I said the faction quests, I think, were more morally and ethically compelling. Specifically the factions. I agree though, for people who like some of their, I think the companions were not poorly written. I think they were trying to be more grounded and realistic than a lot of the other companions that they've made before. The problem is that because they were, like you said, they were one tone, 100%. I think they presented interesting lives, but that their lives, they made the mistake that Caden, Ashley, and Jacob, and to some extent James had in Mass Effect, which is where they wanted to make them understandable on a human level, but they forgot that they still need to be interesting. So they were more like, these are your neighbors. Like, oh, this one has a problem with his family. Okay, like, you know, we're kind of in space and we're dealing with alternate realities, but I guess cool. Maybe I'm not thinking of the right word for it, right? What I want to emphasize is that they were... Why is there like a weird line here? Where's there a weird line? Oh, it's underwater. Why is it underwater? Oh, is it being set from this surface? I mean, we're gonna fill it with water anyway, so it doesn't really matter. What is adjusting that? Well, I need to fix that. Fallout 4 had more interesting followers. I like some of the dilemmas that Starfield followers put me in. Really, I appreciate that. I appreciated the nuance in their stories and how when I talked to them, I felt like I was talking to a real person in a lot of cases. Again, more so than I felt with Baldur's Gate 3, where you have these caricatures. And I compare it because a lot of people are comparing them. They came out at a similar time, but they're not too similar. But maybe there was this weird case of this fantasy, right? This sci-fi fantasy aspect, and then it didn't merge too well with the more realistic aspects of the game, and so it felt like they were trying to make two separate. It was like tonal difference between what the game was trying to, what the characters were trying to be and say, and what the game was trying to be and say. I don't really know if that makes sense or if you guys feel that way too. What's your favorite game? Oh god, it's more accurate for me to talk about my favorite game in a specific genre, you know? I don't think the realism is a bad excuse. I feel like they were trying to achieve that to an extent. Like, this was supposed to be their most grounded game to date. And I do think that it is Bethesda's most grounded game to date. Let me save. Okay. This is our first project, and it is not the first game that I've worked on. I've worked on 3 previously released titles. Okay, but if I adjust the height Yeah, that's just adjusting the simulation height. How can I fix... the water just being at this level? What is causing that? It's interfering over here. Or it was. Maybe it's fixed now. Okay, it's fixed now. Maybe just needed to rebuild the height map data. D&D products always attempt caricature. I think that you're right. And I do appreciate caricature to an extent. I just don't know if it always works well. I think it does when people expect it, but when I'm talking to, like, what's his name? The guy with the cowboy hat in Starfield. What was his name? Anyway, you guys know which guy I'm talking about, right? He's got this problem with his father and with his daughter, right? And it's very human. It's a very human problem. It's very understandable. But then you combine that with everything that goes on in the game, and it's... I don't know, it feels like I'm playing two different games, right? Where these characters would feel almost more at home in just something else. Like a visual novel even. I'll fix the painting on this too in a sec. I just need to get the bare details looking nice. Your log is defying gravity. Yeah, we're gonna fix that, don't worry. We might play Starfield again on stream before Shattered Space comes out. That way I can kind of refresh it and we can talk about it while we play. And just go over specific things that I like and don't like about it. It's an interesting case study in design, and I think it's worth discussing. Alright, let's recapture the domain. Grounded with multi... Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, is that the tonal shift between how the companions felt and how other aspects of the game felt was very off. It was trying to be like grounded sci-fi, but I think it failed because it didn't feel like grounded sci-fi once you started to go deeper into this this whole mystery with the alternate universes, right? I would argue that when the game started, it felt very grounded. And I think the start of Starfield is actually very good, and it feels really nice. People saying like the game took 2 hours to get good. It was good from the start for me. I just think that it slowly started to reveal some seams. What do you think about Subnautica? I think Subnautica is an exceptional survival game. Extremely well designed. Yeah, Below Zero, not that great. Original Subnautica, good. I mean, narratively though, I don't mind if you were just given a free ship initially. I liked Barrett, but again, you just have that issue with the followers feeling... There just is like this tonal difference between them that doesn't always work well. Below Zero sucks. Hate the character story and the map is so small. I couldn't get really far in that. But someone will call you racist for having that opinion. I don't know, it just... What was the character in the first game? Did your character in the first game even have a name, or were you just kind of a nameless protagonist? You had a name, but that was like all that they knew about you, right? You didn't have a voice or anything, as far as I remember. Yeah, no one to talk to. I don't know, it's... I just couldn't get that far in Below Zero. Plus I fucking hate penguins, so, you know, think of that what you will. I know I'm going to be opening a can of worms with that one, right? But I can't stand penguins. They're just useless. They're useless animals. They don't do anything. They don't accomplish anything. Weird.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative.
Thank you for the follow, Holy Crusader. I really appreciate that.
I absolutely love.
Did the alert line up with the animation this time, Lazy Fangs? Are we fixed? It did, yes, okay. Only one person told me about that before, and I just realized it today when I was trying to fix the stream alerts not working. And I'm like, hold on. That's not the audio that's supposed to play for that one. And I realized for like the last 100 days it's probably been like that, hasn't it? It's yeah, but it was because it was random, right? So sometimes it worked because it, you know, the randomness aligned, and sometimes it didn't. Sorry about that. Time to fill up the pool. Let's go swimming, chat. This is what your toilet looks like, by the way. Whirlpool of death, yeah. The only worry that I have is that if we bake it into a static mesh, can the player still swim in it? Like, will we still get the underwater effects of this? You're not fooling me. Although I do have a Discord notification, so... Ooh. But weird. I think that'll disappear once the water fills up a bit more, though. This is gonna be an issue. But I know how to fix that with the water getting too high up. It's just because like the fill rate is higher than the drain rate, but we can fix that. The whirlpool is cool though. Whirlpool is very cool. Yeah, let's get rid of this velocity. For sure, this needs to be a bit lower here. But here's the thing, I think that it will eat the water as it comes down. That's what I'm hoping, at least. So it is going to spawn water from here. But it's setting it to a specific level. So as the water comes down, I think it will just poof it. Yeah, I mean, I wish it kind of created a bit more of an effect, but... we can hide that with some particles at the very least, you know? I watched TV in a while, but we didn't used to have those weird ads like meds, alcohol, sex, toys, gambling. Now we do. 90% of all ads are gambling sites over and over and over. I don't even watch TV anymore. I only watch YouTube and Twitch. If there's any shows that I want, I'm gonna be real honest with you guys. I just pirate them. Think of that what you will. And it's mostly to do that, like, you know, streaming services were supposed to replace cable, right? Save money with cable. Get streaming services, right? Get what you want for cheaper. And you don't need to get what you don't want. And now it's Just, it's done the same thing. Now they're just, streaming services are full of ads. They're overly expensive. They don't give you the shit that you want. And combined up, if you want to achieve the same thing that cable had, you're now just spending as much or more money than before. Like, bring cable back at this point. At least with that, it was just one purchase. Maybe that's a hot take, I don't know. Not that I would watch it, right? But those are my feelings about it. The velocity isn't equal to... Can I just get the location? Like, how can I get the velocity going this way but not so fast? Seems like it's really hard to control. Oh, I see. Wait. Okay, maybe that's a bit better. That's a bit better. It'll feed into here. We can sculpt this down. So that more water from here is actually pushing through. A little bit too much, but I'll fix that. I'm making a game, though I know nothing about coding, but I have some experience with Blender. I don't know how to even make round stuff, no worries. But I have made blocky mechs and tanks. In the game, you land on an oceanic island planet, and your goal is to exploit the planet, yet do minor damage to the ecosystem. 3D game, relatively new idea, still in the making. What engine do you want to work in, Holy Crusader? And is this your first game ever? Like, have you ever worked on any type of game before? Worked in a team? Things of that nature. So you do have some experience. That helps a lot. 100%. Working in Unreal is definitely nice to some extent, especially if you're not a coder. Although you will have to learn some coding. Oh, you haven't done any? Okay. I think for most people's first games, and this goes for me, it goes for, I'm sure, Lazy Fangs and anybody else in chat, if you haven't ever made a game before, keeping scope small is definitely ideal. I mean, thank God you didn't say it's multiplayer, right? Would want it to be, but no, not for a lot of the roadmap. I think you have to look at each of these like features and desires as, and ask yourself, do you know how to do this? And, you know, as you start to count that up, you'll start to realize that maybe, you know, trim some of the extra details and try to manage the scope in a way that you're creating something that is challenging to you, that will challenge you and enable you to learn, but is not so overwhelming that when you get started and you realize how difficult it is, you'll back out, right? Because making anything is better than making nothing. Failing is better than not even trying. But of course, you want to enable yourself to learn. And in order to do that, you want to challenge yourself, but not put yourself in a situation where it feels like it's impossible to move forward at all. Okay, come on, Unreal. I will adjust everything around the edges of this once we get it more properly fixed up here. This shoreline just looks really, really ugly. I'm thinking about making a 2D pixel farming game, a new frontier, and you have to grow, export, import, and also a little bit of industry. But the fun part is the combat. Able to build turrets to fend off space-faring pirates. It's air-to-ground battle. I think just be, you know, understand that what you're trying to achieve, and I'm not trying to dissuade you, by the way, but it's like you're going to have AI, you're going to have, you know, all these building mechanics that need to work. So there's an awful lot to make. My player is called player with a CAP. What is CAPP? And I'm trying to script for the camera to follow. Public transform player. Would that need to be CAP? What is CAP? Oh, player with capital P. Can you explain it a bit more, Sensitive? Give me a bit more context around what you're saying. And which coding idea, or I'm sorry, coding language you're using. Wants to know if names are case sensitive. Is that true? It probably is case sensitive. Yeah. Okay, I'll ignore the floating trees. What I need to know is how will this water look? It's gonna fill up fast. That's a lot of water going down. Just lurking, listening to you while I dev my game. I think a lot of people do that. It's just nice to like work alongside someone. You know, it helps with your own discipline and motivation, I think. So no worries. Helps watching someone else struggle, right? Yeah, we still need to fix this. However, everything before that looks pretty good. Yeah, actually, I'm okay. I'm actually really okay with how that looks. I mean, do I wish that this created some more ripples? Sure. Do I care? Nah. And I like the water line as this goes down here. We just need to fix up this a bit. It's looking better, that's for sure. River engineer. It's one way to put it. I mean, if I set the edge to 0, aren't we still going to have this issue? Can't even see the water now. I think that's gonna have the same problem. We'll see though. Same thing happening. That might fix it. We just need it to like go into this water and look okay, right? It's just a prototype. This map isn't even going to be in the final game, so whatever. Write everything down if you have to keep it in your head becomes slow. Finish one thing at a time. It doesn't need to look like everything until after it is finished. Yeah, when it is finished, it will feel fun. Then later, when it is pretty, it will look fun. If you don't know what to do, try the thing that seems more fun than the other. Agree. Yep. Like, at first, just write down your ideas because you will forget them. And as you write them down, you will find some issues that may exist as you start to think about it more. And 100%, just if it isn't... That looks decent. And we can cover that up with some visual effects, actually. I only just wish this wasn't here, but I can... I can explain that away too at some point if we need to. can try putting it lower as well. For sure, though, this doesn't look bad. I want to make a game, but I have no ideas. Everything seems boring. If I come up with something, then I always ask myself, would I play this? And the answer is always no. I don't know how to change that. Although I will say, just because you want to play a game does not mean other people will want to. And that is always the struggle of indie devs. We kind of talked about that yesterday, where a lot of indie devs make the mistake of making something that isn't marketable. Like, great idea. Who's gonna buy it? There's that. We also have this this game name website that we like to use. Future Baking Crusader. Geriatric Kabuki of the Deep. Wild Dragon School. Sleepy Cricket Special Edition. Is that where you're a cricket and you're trying to sleep, but the sound of the other crickets is really annoying and not letting you sleep? Caribbean Volleyball 25th Anniversary. Okay, that's pretty good. Exciting Pokemon of Magic. I mean, that's just all of them. Jamaican Cookie Frenzy. I like it. Wandering Kitchen Party. Wrath of the Walrus Shootout. Galactic Vampire Brawl. Underground Shotgun Tournament. There's something there. Underground Shotgun Tournament. Revenge of Amish Overload. It's where the Amish people just have had enough with technology that they go insane. They just start a murder spree in the cities and kill everybody and everything that is electronic. Crazy Terrorist from Outer Space. Isn't that just oh god, what's that Alien game? Yeah, it was really popular. It was for PS2. What am I thinking of? Destroy All Humans. This is basically just Destroy All Humans. Crazy Terrorist from Outer Space. How do I get over the fact that I have to make something that I don't like? Do I have to like the $700 from lifetime sales more than the process of making something I don't enjoy? There's a middle ground, right? There is going to be a game, or hopefully there is a game that does exist that meets both criteria. Or you just need to be a hobby dev and say, I don't care about the money, I'm just doing this for fun. I think you can sell some of your first 10 games. It's just if you know how to make games, I guess, is really what it comes down to, right? I mean, you can also just you can have good ideas and make good games but not know how to market them, and you're not going to make any money, right? Camera is set to 0-10-0, like a top-down view, but I press play even with my camera follow script. Camera just dropped to the level of the terrain so it looks under the map. Your camera just drops to the level of the terrain. Which engine are you working in, Zenzadev? Save yourself from the tennis from Mars. Lazy Fangs might be a good help for that then, since he knows Unity a lot more than me. Yeah, making games is not profitable in indie unless you know what you're doing or you have a super viral game or you get a good publisher. It's as simple as that. So you don't need profit, so I guess you just need to find an idea that works for you. You know, fuck the money, right? Programmer for web dev in Python, not game dev, but thought I'd give it a go. So Lazy Fangs will be the help for you then for the camera issue. Because each engine is a bit different and there might be something that's specifically happening to your camera. Okay, let's see how this looks. But it's true, a lot of the problems I see with indie devs is that they make a game and, you know, it's cool, but then they are upset that it's not making them money, and it's like, well, because you made a game for yourself, but nobody else. And that's fine, that's all fine and dandy, but just, if you don't do any competition analysis and you don't analyze whether or not you could actually make money from that game, well, you're not gonna make money from that game. Yeah, so liking it yourself, I guess, is the only goal here, as you said. I think you can achieve that. You just need a good idea. Frades, what do you spend your time playing? Like, what games do you spend your time playing actively? Any MMO games? Any just indie games? Older games? Hold on, let me take some medicine. It's normal to dislike the product if you burn out. Yes, it is. I fucking hated... what's the game called? What did I make? Darkest Dungeon. I don't know why I forgot that. I fucking hated Darkest Dungeon because I burnt myself out of it. Out of working on it. And I you know, I love Darkest Dungeon, but it's, at a certain point, I just fucking hated it. I was working on it for like 12 to 16 hours a day, every day. Weekends included, birthday included, holidays, every day. Valheim PUBG PoE. Okay, so multiplayer games. Do you play Path of Exile solo or multiplayer, Frades? This looks good. How do we bake this now? How do we get a static mesh from this? We should be able to simulate it right now. And once it fills up, it should be working properly as intended. Another streamer live right now who's a PoE fan uses inspiration to make a tower defense. I love PoE. By the way, we will be playing the new PoE League when it comes out, because I took a break from PoE and now I want to go back to it because, you know, I've had enough time. It looks really fun. The new league looks so good. Probably be doing a melee character with all the buffs they added. Like, all of them solo more than with people. Being multiplayer is just a bonus. Okay. PUBG, Valheim PoE. What about, well, I mean, also there's going to be the case of, you know, it needs to be a game that you can make, right? Have you tried No Rest for the Wicked at all? Out of curiosity. Is it ignoring this rock? Hold on, can I tick that on? Let me see what that looks like. You haven't. I'm wondering if you would work on something that was maybe like an ARPG. It could be a shooter looter, right? You don't have to go with like melee stuff, right? It could be like Borderlands kind of shooter looter. Either way, ARPG with some exploration and bossing elements in like an open world space. Which to me makes me think of something like No Rest for the Wicked. Although No Rest for the Wicked is also inspired a bit by Souls-like games. So you do have that aspect. Oops. Yeah, we don't want it to use that mesh. Hold on, I'll just put a phantom box down and hopefully it'll work around that. Don't use foliage meshes. Let me put down a phantom box here. The gameplay is really cool for it. I was also very, very surprised about how the story was. Which, you know, may or may not matter to you. But if it does, I can definitely mention that as being a unforeseeably enjoyable part of the game. But I mean, it's being made by the people who made Ori and the Blind Forest, right? Recent Steam reviews are complaining about some kind of mobile game style time gating. Yes, there is time required to build some of the stuff in the settlements. It wasn't that bad, but I didn't see the extent of it. You know, it was like 20 minutes, 40 minutes, like whatever. I'm gonna play the game anyway. Maybe it's not as bad, right? Although I do agree with the people in the forums about it. It should be an optional setting, if you ask me. I did not enjoy it in Metal Gear Solid 5. Let's see how this looks. So we need to give it time to settle. Yeah, that's what I thought might happen. I can always block this up with another rock. So as long as it gets it relatively accurate, I'm okay. This 5 feels more like an experiment than a game to me. Some people prefer that, but I played it mainly because it felt interestingly bad. I liked it. I think it is actually one of the best stealth action games ever made. Not to say that the game is perfect, but I think that the way it utilized its open world was pretty incredible and enjoyable. It's way better when you don't stealth, really. I love the stealth in that game. So how can I do this? We take the simulation domain. Where do we do it? In flux surface water? How do I do that though? I have the disorder that makes me choose the hardest setting on every game. I used to do that. I mean, sometimes I still do that, but nowadays with lack of time, as much as I'd love to, sometimes I just want to get to the game. That water looks so poopy. I should be able to change the color after I generate the mesh, though. Although I'm not 100% sure about that. Yeah, I'll fill up this hole with another rock or something after we generate the mesh. Everything else looks okay. Although getting a different color in here would look really nice. This looks terrible. Base color preset. River blue. A little bit too silly for the blue color. I guess it kind of matches that. Maybe there's a green. River gray. No, that looks like somebody shit. River yellow. That looks like somebody pissed. I could just use this green color for the ocean. The same, I think it's the same one we use here. It's the ocean green 3. Let me check. Yeah, we'll just use the same one because then it'll blend better. Okay, now we need to start the simulation. Doom 2016. I played Doom 2016 on the second hardest because I think the hardest one is permadeath. But the second hardest I beat the game on. That was fun. I enjoyed the hell out of that. Doom 2016 is such a good game. Better than Eternal, if you ask me. Another controversial take. How hard do you think it'd be to make an ocean game? What kind of game in the ocean? It's like a survival game. I don't think it's too hard. You'd have to mess around with some AI stuff, but... Well, you wouldn't need to, but I think you should. Honestly, not too tough. Tried beating down the non-permadeath mode, but it got stale that way. That's fair. Okay, that looks acceptable. We can cover that. Acceptable. Acceptable. Generate procedural mesh from simulation state. Uh-oh. Don't crash, please. It isn't crashing, but it isn't running. Always thought about combining automation and Subnautica and having a good story. It could be done, but that is a significantly large scope. Like, I can say this, if you want to like use fluid flux for an ocean simulation, it's pretty awesome. And for $350, I think it's worth it, right? And you have swimming, you have an ocean, you can start to put things in there. I think as you start to add more stuff to it, like with automation, you know, you're building systems into the game that are running themselves in a lot of cases and need to be optimized. And that can be difficult to optimize. Not impossible, but just, you know, that is a big challenge. I think I crashed the editor. I don't know what it's doing. Learn how to use the tool first. Yeah, that is a big one. I mean, what's the difference though between the Boolean here and the button? I guess this is the view. Although, oh wait, hold on. Generated mesh stats are... There's no triangles. We'll get this working. Some shaders and reverb and you have water. Reverb? Low standards, you can just have water to be a flat surface and low gravity. Plenty of games got away with being more or less retro. It's true. If you have the money though, fluid flux is worth it, but it is not the easiest to work with. It is advanced. I pressed a button, and now I'm waiting again. I think I should stop pressing buttons. It's pretty instant for him here when he pressed it. Yeah, and it kept the simulation state too. I don't know why. For me, it wasn't working. It could just be that the simulation state is so large that it's generating a lot of, the mesh is just really big. Way bigger than it needs to be. We'll see. I mean, if we can get it to spit out a triangle count, then we'll know. Blood Lake, yeah, it is a Blood Lake. We could do something like that, but we'll see. It's epic. Why is it just 5 gold? We're using UE epic as the best possible. Here, I'll fish while I'm waiting. Let's get a good one. Electric catfish, nice. Yeah, it's not generating it. I don't know why. I don't even see any water now. You even take part in those streams? No. Nah, fuck streaming. Who needs that shit? That's weird. The water's going, but I don't see it. It's acting really weird. I don't know what it is, but the generation isn't working for me. You know, the simulation is on. But the generation just doesn't work. Weird. This is what my whole day will be. Just waiting. Contemplating life. My choices. My failures. When AAA developers get their sleep, you're not entirely wrong. I'm gonna read old school RuneScape news while waiting. There's my reading material. While we wait. Lazy Fangs, I just see your UI now. UI seems a lot more troublesome to work with in Unity than in Unreal. And it's not that great in Unreal. Okay, let me see. You guys can read it with me while we're waiting. Okay, some changes. Blah, blah, blah. Back option on Zuck. Nothing big. Oh, we're back. And nothing changed. I still don't see the water. I don't really get the issue here. Or no, there is water. But I can't see the surface of it. It says generated mesh stats, triangle 0. Okay. Yeah, it's not even creating this. There is no static mesh for this. I don't get it. I can try building something somewhere else just to see if it works. I don't know why this wouldn't work though. Clearly he started the simulation. Yeah, we see the simulation here. It is on. Maybe there's just like too many frames. Or you shouldn't generate it while it's running? I don't know. I'll try clicking it again. Time for another freeze. Whatever. Hold on, I can kind of see it here. Start simulation. Stop simulation. It's like tweaking foam. Oh, this is the wrong one. Hold on. Wonder why it looked weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's borking. Oh, actually, this is pretty helpful. I was looking on their Discord. He said this. Can't mix the static mesh with the coastline. You know, I think that's probably okay because our mixing, you know, we're going to hide our mixing a little bit. Static mesh uses predefined geometry and the coastline is rendered on a tessellated surface. In case you want to use coastline and blend it with simulation, I recommend exporting to states and using both states in shared in a single surface actor. And there's a usage of it in the coastline map. Configure coastline domain, export to data asset. Configure simulation domain, export to data asset. Interesting. Yeah, again, just like the surface disappears with this, and I don't know why. If you're choosing this option, Surface automatically generates static mesh based on the procedural mesh tab configuration. Yeah, but it doesn't. If surface procedural mesh is not visible on the list of BP fluid surface components, you have to deselect the surface and select it again. It definitely does not appear to be working for me. And something is making it take way too long. What a day. What a day. I tend to think that sorting scripts into neat folders was a mistake. Everything is better searchable due to alphabet. What do you mean? Oh shit. Ugh. What am I doing wrong with this? It's clearly not functioning. I mean, we can have the water like this. I mean, well, no, we can't have it like this because the overlapping domains cause us problems with the swimming, doesn't it? The only way we can get this to work, and I don't even know if turning it into a static mesh will allow for underwater, if that's still going to mess up the underwater camera stuff, right? It's not a super large domain. You think creating the static mesh would not be that complicated. I want to try something out here though. No domain is touching out here. We're going to shove down a domain. Shove down some water. I'm going to take a flux surface actor for... Just throw it on the river one. What does this look like? It should just be some falling water. Yeah. That's good. That's all we want it to be. Well, this one generates. Look, I've generated mesh stats here. So why does this one generate but the other one doesn't? I typed in 1 for generate LOD and it's stalling. Maybe because of how large it is, the LOD number by default is it's just like erroring out. Like the number of triangles that it's trying to generate for such a finite level of detail just isn't working. I guess we'll see if it doesn't crash here, but it just turns out that we get a generated mesh stat with 0 triangles. Then we'll try upping the LOD on the other domain to like a really high point where it's going to be generating a kind of shitty static mesh. But just see if it, you know, it even generates. I have a feeling like that something like that might happen. God, the documentation for fluid flux is so bad. It doesn't explain anything. You kind of just have to jump into it and hope that you know what you're doing. Do some ASMR while we're waiting. There's your ASMR session. Food dye. No, this is water flavoring. Streamer threatens chat with knife. I didn't have anything else. I don't have anything else that makes sound. I don't know. Wait, want some post-it notes? Ooh. Classic. Alright, where's the surface actor here? I'm gonna try bumping up the LOD, the generation. It's at 8. The higher it is, the worse mesh it'll create. So if I do this, we start the simulation. Did it start? Yeah. Let me go back to the river real quick. Let's set the surface over static. Perfect. Okay, that one looks good. We need to wait until this reaches the end. Stop simulation. Generate procedural mesh. Please don't. Okay. Triangles 4. Well, at least we have triangles being generated now. It's not a lot, but that's a start. Let's go 250 LOD. Still 4. Let's try 100. 32. Okay, see, we're getting improvements. There is some water. Let's try 80. 48. That's better, but still bad. Oh, I just dragged that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Okay, 72 generates 57. We don't want 57. We want more triangles than that. 95 isn't enough. And we go 40. $168. It's not really better. What is edge padding? How far from the edge of the fluid mesh should be removed? Increase if you notice some holes in the intersection between mesh and surface. I don't want any edge padding. I mean, this was stalling and failing to create the mesh at 8 LOD, so we want to be kind of careful about going too far down closer to that number. Because clearly it was not working when it was too low. Yeah, at least we have a static mesh being generated at this point. You know, some progress is being made. It looks absolutely fucking horrible, but you know. This part looks better. This part does not. This part looks terrible. Right, 20. Oh man, with how long that takes to generate, I'm pretty worried. It's only generating 435 triangles too. It's really not that much. I'm wondering if maybe I should try to generate the static mesh at home on my much better computer. Because I might be using the CPU for this, and my CPU in this computer is dog shit. Absolute dog shit. mean, edge padding, it's fine, I guess. What's the problem that it's just really low. It's really low to the terrain. I mean, maybe if it's a static mesh, I can modify it with Unreal modeling tools. Like, I can move the vertices up. Potentially. If I can do that, I can fix some of this. Generate LOD can be used to simplify mesh. It will lower memory consumption and improve performance. The waterline does not fit after this modification. Better results can be achieved by saving state with LOD during the baking process. Yeah, it's really jagged. I mean, it's not a lot of triangles, but it just takes a long time to generate that too. And I don't need it to look super high fidelity, right? But if it's just taking this long to generate 617 triangles, I don't know. You'd think, you know, it takes like this flat surface, right, of it going down, and instead of just making some big triangles or something that are angled, it just kind of warps it. And I think it's just because of how angled it is. I mean, this has 3.2 thousand triangles. It's taking a long time just to generate a few hundred triangles for me, and I'm wondering if it's just because of how shitty my CPU is. I don't really know what the problem is here. Okay, we're at 1,000 triangles. Some of it looks better and some of it doesn't. We'll just go one number at a time at this point, because we know that it fails to create the mesh at 8 LOD. It takes so long to work now. Oh man, I thought we would get to both rivers today, but I think we're really just going to be able to focus and learn from this one and apply our knowledge to tomorrow, right? Which, you know, it is what it is. You learn. It's also possible we create this static mesh, we plop it down, and it really is just a static mesh with no underwater effects, which is what I'm assuming it will be. I don't see any reason why there would be underwater effects once we turn this to a static mesh. In which case, we don't really have much use for this. Hear about the massive Space Marine 2 dev build leak? No, I didn't. Oh no, I did hear about that. I did hear about that because I saw that the tweet from I forget who the devs are. It just feels like this should be moved up. Like this should be higher. And it's not. Granted, because I have some I don't know. I need more triangles. Third game in server league, people can play self-hosted multi. Holy shit. That's wild. Try an LOD 12. Let's sit here for another 10 minutes and wait for it. What a day. Half a day, right? Be the chronicle that every Cauldron would want to have. I'll have to think about that one. I'm a little afraid at how many triangles 8 LOD was trying to generate if 12 is stalling it this much. I don't get it. And why would a mesh with, you know, a few thousand triangles be so dangerous to generate? It's not nanite. That's not that many triangles, okay? PlayStation 4 didn't have nanite and it was rendering a lot more shit than this. I mean, it is generating a mesh. I will give it that, right? We're generating a mesh, we're not just rendering a mesh. Like, come on, there's clearly some problems here. And I think it's because of the steepness of the terrain here. I can accept it looking like doo-doo though, right? Like, because this looked like doo-doo. It didn't look good.
Curse you, Bale!
Yeah, Bale, why would you fart, Bale? I mean, this looks fine, right? This looks cool. This is okay. This is fine, the pond is fine. Arguably, I don't even think the player can even get up this far to see this problem, because the level barriers block them. And I don't know if the player is going to give a shit. I at least want to see what this mesh looks like, right? Surface procedural mesh. Create static mesh. Throw it in here. Did you actually save it? If I don't see it, I'm going to be very angry. Proc mesh. Okay. Do we want to enable nanite support? Those are wild. No. 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 I will take away your privileges, chat. I'll just make it cost 5,000. If you guys are gonna layer sounds, why don't you do like the fart or something? Those are just crazy. I've never heard layered farts. Apparently chat is having fun, I'll tell you that. Open another stream and their mouth movements synced with the first Shikanoko. That's pretty good. Okay, so we have the... Oh wait, this is not it. Where's the mesh? Create static mesh, yeah. What materials is using? Just using reverse surface over static. We don't want, we technically want the Ocean 3. I forget the name of it. Let me just look up the number 3. That was called Ocean 3. Or no, that was like a preset. Okay, which... This is not the color we want. Maybe I can change it. Hold on. And yeah, the player can only get up to here, so they're not going to see those problems. They will see this. In which case, I'll just hide it with some rocks. I will literally put rocks to mirror the outline of the triangles. I don't care anymore. Surface river. I think we can set the static mesh here somewhere, right? I don't remember where. Flux state parameter groups. How do we generate the material for it, though? I don't really understand how we use that. Preparing material for static meshes. How do we do that, though? Because he already has this blood over. Yeah, I don't really understand that. Surface over mesh. And we should be able to set the static mesh equal to the generated mesh. Oh. It's stalling again. Hold on. It's a shame too, because this is the first day this week, and in like last week too, that we've had pretty decent weather. It's finally not too hot in this room. Oh my god. We're supposed to have the AC repair guy over today again to fix our AC, because it doesn't, there's issues, there's coolant leaks, everything's fucked up. This week, thankfully, not too bad, but Sunday it's going to be 32 degrees Celsius. So it better fucking be fixed by then, or I'm going to lose my shit. Did the engine just crash? I mean, what is it doing here? Oh. I see. We had to update the surface mesh mode to static mesh. The A doesn't see, yeah, it doesn't. It's really shit. Where did he do that? We need to turn off generate procedural mesh. We need to surface mesh mode static mesh. And then in surface over mesh. Okay. We'll do it just like you say. Rock mesh. So is it now using a mesh? My duck is close to being done. I uploaded a short in the Discord. Oh yeah, let me see it. Let me see somebody actually succeeding.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was loud. Oh my god, dude, that's awesome.
We're getting closer.
That's looking really good. Wild, dude. That's amazing. Don't play that on stream Disney music, okay? That's looking really good. You're making me jealous. I should learn how to model. And not with Autodesk products. So can I delete the domain now? Can I just delete the... Because it's now just a static mesh. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Ignore the fact that I can't swim. That's a whole different thing. That's just me. I need to put down a physics volume. But the camera is working. And does this mean that our coastline still works? Yes, it does. This is very good news. Just got MA2 cape on your hardcore Iron Man. Dude, congrats. I really gotta play more of my hardcore sometime. That's scary. Was 1900 total level account, dude. That you would have ended up on that that Twitter account that posts hardcore Iron Man deaths. Only saw one guy and I logged instantly. Yeah, no point risking that, right? So I'm curious, can I modify this in the modeling mode? If I do this, create. I want to select. Deform. Oh my god, what did I do? What did I do? Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Okay, well, while this stalls, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I think I just, I made a mistake. Classic me, apparently. Oh hey, my bug is fixed. Thank the Lord. Doesn't say it's using the mesh though, does it? Do 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 do. Yeah, because I gotta tell it to use the static mesh. Away from Oysters to do some game dev for a while. I'm a bit burnt out. I gotta do a little bit more of Deadman mode. I'm just doing skilling in safe areas because all I want is the I want the imbued cape and the home teleport, and I know that those are probably gonna be pretty expensive on the GE afterwards. I don't know if you guys have seen those. They look pretty awesome. There's the weapons scroll, cape fabric, teleport, and the rug. So the weapon scroll you can use for Armadillo God, Sword, Darkbow, Void Waker, and Volatile Nightmare Staff. Like, I don't really use any of those at the moment, so whatever. But then I can make imbued capes with Deadman. Those are pretty awesome. And then there's also the teleport scroll animation, which is honestly just fucking over the top. It's so good. It's so good. So I need to earn this. And there's just like a rug for your POH. It is what it is, right? Meh. But at the very least this, and then definitely get my Saradomin cape. It's so good, dude. This is absolutely going to be so expensive. And the thing is, it's really easy to get points in Deadman mode. You don't have to do any PvP. Which I didn't really understand until I looked at it, but you actually get a ton of... Okay, so you get like skilling XP times 10 right off the bat, right? And then there are safe zones on top of that. Which I think there's a map for it. So all the green are safe zones. And then you get points. You get 10 points per skilling level. Which is wild. And like clue scrolls, you get points per casket. So you can just like sit in Lumbridge and Varrock and just chop trees, make fires, and you get 10 points per level of fire making and wood cutting. You can just fletch there forever if you want to, right? So like if you want either of these upgrades, they're pretty easy to get without doing any PvP at all. Achievement diaries too are a bunch of points per completion. And then there's some PVM kills, mostly for like bosses and stuff, such. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Static mesh, surface over mesh. I want you to use this, please. Yeah, I think I'm already at 4,000 points, and you get 1 hour of save time when you first create a character, and then every time you move up a tier, you get 1 hour of save time. So one thing I would recommend is you first get like your first combat sigil, and then just run to giants, right, underneath Varrock sewers. Get a whole bunch of big bones, run out to the wildy, and you can pretty much have your overhead prayers in that first hour, which is nice, right? Because then you can do whatever, you can protect yourself a little bit. And then you can just sit in safe zones and just, like I said, chop trees, just do your skilling. Easy game. And I mean, if you're scaling before you're doing any combat, I mean, people aren't really going to get anything from you anyway, so whatever. The only thing is they did remove all yew and magic trees in safe zones, so I think you'll only have up to maple in safe zones. If there are even any maple trees in safe zones. I don't know if there are. Okay, finally I got that working. There might be some in Tree Gnome's Stronghold. Plus you can do agility too. Like I said, you get 10 points per skill that you level up, right? So per 10 levels you get 100 points. And you need... Where's the rewards? You need 6,000 points for Deadman, for the Cape Fabric. So that's not too bad, and then 9,000 for Teleport Scroll. Heard in the first 30 minutes of DM you could swap 10,000 GP from Stronghold for 10 million GP in the main game. Jesus Christ. Money, money, money. I mean, you should be able to get full thieving, level up in, like, Ardoon. If you get to Varrock, you can just buy runes. So... you know, you can just train magic until you can teleport around, and then most of the major cities are safe zones. So you don't have to do any combat, and even if you wanted to do combat, you could still train it in the safe zones. So you don't have to actually do any PvP to get the rewards that you want. If that's the only thing that matters to you, which for me that's all it is, because I don't really care about PvP, you can get the rewards without even doing any of it. So I'm going to try to do some more of that today. Okay, let me save everything. Because I kind of want to see if I can modify this mesh. Doesn't really let me, does it? I'm gonna like move some of these triangles or add some more. How's your game going? Well, we are struggling with the water stuff, but I think that we have... I think we've achieved what I would consider a pretty good start here. God, we have so many boxes everywhere. Physics volume. Okay. If we put this down, we should be able to swim in this little pond. Yeah, it's a bit too high. I mean, I don't even think this is deep enough for you to swim. Well, it might be. I could adjust it so that it isn't, though. Because now that we have the static mesh down, we can adjust the terrain as needed. We can swim in it. Ooh. That's a bit of an issue there. We'll fix it with a rock, don't worry. When in doubt, fix errors with rocks. I do want this to be swimmable only because it is deep enough. Why is there a barrier here? Something's fucked up on the collision on that. But I mean, hey, it does work. Oh. Why am I not considered swimming right now? Why? Well, that's weird. Yeah, I got the main lake working. Weird. Maybe something about the transitions between the swimming. There might be some overlap of the volumes. Yeah, I don't think these can overlap. And they 100% are overlapping. You'd be spreading cheeks, but I'm ripping cheeks. Hey, Scooter, how you doing? We're gonna call it soon, pretty here. Gonna call it pretty soon here with the river, though. I'm just exhausted from working on this today. It's been annoying, it's been mentally draining. Need to like take a break and come back to it tomorrow. We're just chilling. Actually, is it to do with the physics or is it to do with something else? Suppose that's my main question. It could be due to the, unfortunately, to like the overlapping surfaces. I mean, look, if we can't get, I don't know, I actually don't even know what I want to do if these won't work together. Worst case, I'll just delete the rivers. We'll just remake the level without the rivers. obviously I would like to avoid that. You know, I like the waterfall. I think it looks really nice. And I was hoping that by pushing these to static meshes that, you know, we could avoid problems. But there's clearly some issue with transferring the player between these. And I don't know what it is. Like there's some value that is not getting properly reset. And I don't know what it is. I jump in here, it works fine, we can swim, no problems. Yes, I'm swimming here. Well, the problem is, like, swimming in there seems to bug the player out with the lake for some reason. And now I'm not swimming in the lake, and I don't know what overlapping areas is causing this. Is it specifically here, the flux surface river? You know, but if I move this, obviously we have an issue of it's going to move that procedural mesh. Well, first it's just gonna freeze the engine. Find some modded single player Tarkov in my messing around profile where I have a stupid amount of money and everything unlocked, but I did somewhat balance it by giving the AI enough crack to kill a blue whale. Nice. The thing is, I don't think I can put down the procedural mesh itself, right? Just like throw down a static mesh into the world. Because I think that the flux surface is needed for the player's swimming. I don't think it will work without that. Otherwise, it's just a procedural mesh, right? It's going to have collision. It's not going to have the audio set up properly. It's not going to trigger the swimming correctly. You know, at first we thought that maybe it was the simulation domains that might have been, you know, they were overlapping and causing an issue, right, with the camera. And we fixed the issue with the camera, with overlapping domains, by creating a static mesh, but it seems like overlapping flux surface actors still seem to cause a problem. Now, there was a mention on the Discord about how this might be avoided. But this was mainly about blending. This is a case of, I think, that we're using fluid flux in a way that it was not meant to be used. Or is not very stable to use. If you just want to like generate a coastline around an island map, easy. If you want to generate one lake, relatively easy. If you want to make rivers, it's doable. It's not easy, but it's doable. But if you want to combine these together in close proximity, you might as well just kill yourself. Yeah, I froze the engine. Or not. It did nothing. It froze the engine and it did nothing. Wonderful. Okay. That's the only thing it can be. However, for some reason I was able to leave. I don't really get it. I was able to leave here and enter here and swim, but I can't enter the river surface and leave and swim here in this. There's no way. I mean, like here's the surfaces for the coastline. This is how big it is. All the way out to here. Because it has to be, unfortunately. And so there's no way that I can help with the river surface actor being within the map as well. And I think even if I separated them and I generated a static mesh from the coastline, which possible, I think we would still have the problem because they would be overlapping. Like, there's no way that I can avoid putting a box that I can't rotate into the coastline, which, again, I can't rotate this. So even if it were just hugging the boundaries, well, the river still has to go into the lake. So I don't even know if it's avoidable at all. Frustrating. Very, very frustrating. And I don't know what's causing it. That's interaction. Where's the swimming component? It kind of can let these small issues go. Come back to them some other day. Yeah, to some extent. I mean, when the player is... If it's like something small, like, I don't know, like a cosmetic bug is what I like to call them, right? Like a bug that doesn't impact gameplay, doesn't cause crashes, doesn't prevent progress. Just like a graphical glitch. For instance, when you are under here, you can see the clouds and the planet clearly, and you shouldn't be able to. Because they're translucent materials. Who cares? Who the fuck cares? But going between the river and the lake and it breaking swimming entirely, that is a problem. We obviously can't have that. Right now I'm just printing the state of swimming so I can see where exactly it's fucking up. I swam in the pond. We have false. It's just not even triggering. Swimming just fails to trigger there. Like the moment you swim in this river, you're tainted. And can only swim in that river. Okay. The cursed river, yeah. Something is screwing it up, I don't know. Okay, is active deactivation count. Get physics volume. I mean, we didn't fuck up the physics volume at all, right? It's still under there. Well, we know it is because we can jump in the lake initially and it works. Here's the physics volume, it's active. And I can separate the physics volume, which they are right now. The physics volumes are not overlapping. This one and this one. So that's clearly not the cause. This is called every tick. Hold on, let me do this. Let me play over on the other screen. I'll tell you guys what's happening. We're gonna watch this shit. Okay, so I jump in the pond. We are swimming, right? We pop out, it goes back here. Jump in the pond again. Boom. Come out, we're back here. I will now go jump in the lake. We get stopped here. Flux fluid height. Fluid height of deactivation. Why is the flux fluid height so small? I don't even know how to process this. Yeah, it still thinks the surface actor is the river, which is why. That's the real issue, is the flux data is not being properly updated. Okay. I mean, is it possible that you can only have one surface actor per world? That's just scalability. Oh, here we go. Translucents are invisible when watching surfaces from above water. Yeah. Well, we do have some issue with translucent materials, that's for sure. Just looking for like any reference that we should only have one of these. In fluid data, no. Is there maybe there's an example map from the pack that uses multiple surfaces, or if it doesn't, then I'll know that we probably shouldn't have more than one, right? I don't see anything in the documentation. Okay, so let me open up some of the other maps then. Started the Coin Dozer game yet? No. We will be starting a different title. At least to get it off the ground. Because I have some people that are wanting to work on a separate game, but they need a bit of help getting started. So we're going to do that on stream so that we can get them going, and then if we have time, we can move over to a different game. We have time, don't worry. We have more than enough time to make some of these games. If it's Discord, we can go and beg for help. Yes, but they don't seem to answer questions. I don't know. Which one? The decimation game. What am I looking for? Demo, maps. Let's just go one at a time, I guess. Start with the beach. This is definitely going to be a problem if we can't have more than one surface. Or, I mean, I'm assuming that's what's doing it, but all we know is, well, the engine is crashing, so, you know, that's a good start. But we know that it's not updating the flux data with the proper actor, what I'm thinking of. But we'll be starting work on the decimation game next month. First Friday of next month. Where's my river? Hello? What happens if I just put this down somewhere? Oh. Okay. It's kind of weird that it didn't save that. Decimation is enrollment. No, it's a game based on the PS3 game called Pain. It's set properly. So where is it? What the hell? Where is my mesh? If you combine campaign with only up, how would you solve that? How do you see that being accomplished? Oh, we were in procedural mesh view. I don't want that. There's instruction for it. That sounds like a different game though at that point. Destructible environment which might break something which sends you tumbling down. I don't know, we can look into it. For the very start, because of so many people being new to game dev on the project or just not knowing where to start, we should at least begin with getting the barest of the game up and running. When using Unity, and only today I learned shorthand for finding the topmost object in a hierarchy. That is wild. Now my river just doesn't even show up anymore. It's totally broken. It's supposed to be there. I mean, should I just put a new river surface down? So borked. So fucked up. I think something... I can't see those meshes either. I don't even know. Pretty much all of these only have one surface, but I mean, pretty much all of them only have one body of water. And I think they just use brushes to repaint. I'm starting to get the sense that you should not have more than one surface in your game. Which would have been nice for the documentation to tell me. It's like there's broken materials. God forbid the map is corrupted in some way. Like, we can't see any of the phantom cubes. We can't see the materials for them. They're still there and they are affecting the color. I think. It's like something with my material rendering is broken. Which might be why I can't see this. Let me try just reloading the engine, I guess. What a day. Do you use Perforce? No. Did your previous jobs use it? Some of them. And I don't like Perforce. I think it's really annoying to use. I don't know why it's an industry standard when it is one of the worst. I don't know. It's not okay. It's not that bad, but it's not very enjoyable to use. And it's expensive. It's very expensive. Yeah, my materials are just broken on this. If you have a team 5 or less team size, well, I still wouldn't want to use it because I just don't like it. I don't like the concept of streams. I don't think they work very well. Try a different map, maybe. I don't know if it's this map or something happened. Nah, something fucked up. Something fucked up in that crash. Wonder if I should re-verify files for fluid flux. Or let me do this. Don't save. We're gonna check in our changes for now. Get out of here. I'm gonna go back to the previous check-in. And I'm gonna see if the problem still exists. Because if so, it could be something in my intermediate files that needs to I just need to delete my intermediate files. Which is likely. Come on, I want to see if it's fucked up or not. I see them here. So something definitely got messed up. I hate this. What a terrible day. Almost no progress. Broken our swimming. It wouldn't be the end of the world if we just had the lake, to be honest. There's something just messed up. Like, I can see the green from the material. Yeah, it's still functioning properly, but I can't see it. UV5 material not showing in editor. Can't see materials. Missing or corrupted assets. Yeah, I know that's probably what they are. But I didn't change the phantom cubes in this update, did I? Could be the level that got corrupted too, to be fair. Which would not be good. Fuck. That's the only thing that I could think it would be, though, is that just the level got corrupted. I mean, worst case scenario, I just delete I delete today's progress. You know, some of the changes I can pull over, like some of the improvements, especially the bug fixes with like the simulation mode. I could even pull the new static mesh in, right? We could use that, but I would have to I'd have to reset the level changes, which would include the, you know, landscaping we've done today. It would not be fun. Yeah. I shouldn't have pressed that. The only other thing I could try to do is delete my intermediate folder and just see. How big is this though? Okay, it shouldn't take too long. Intermediate and saved is really what you should do. No. Okay. Because the static mesh is there. As far as I am aware. It's there, the flux surface is working fine. I can duplicate it. You can see the changes. But yeah, those boxes are fucked. I mean, they're fucked completely. Which is very weird because they don't work in any level in this. Well, the materials don't. Even saving changes to it, like it doesn't do anything. It doesn't even have any textures. Isn't that weird? It's just the material. And duplicating it doesn't show anything. That's wild. Well, that's what we make. Why we push changes every day. So at least if this happens, we can fix it. We can redo it. Yeah, the phantom mesh material is just corrupted. And whatever material is used for the river's corrupted. I haven't made any changes to the as far as I know, I haven't made any changes to the materials that Fluid Flux provides. I could migrate those over from another project. As far as I know, I haven't. I can double check. Content. Fluid flux. M underscore. Does that not allow me to do that? I want to show all of them. Because if they're all unchanged at 124, then I haven't touched them. I just did audio, water, audio, no materials. Okay. Environment, swimming, only adjusted the swimming asset, like the component. Sorry, not asset. Surface blueprints, flux surface asset. Okay, so here's what we can do. If we're pretty sure that it's corrupted materials, you've seen prerequisites fail to install. Let's launch the engine, please. I'll try pulling Fluid Flux into another project and migrating over all of the materials. And theoretically, it should work. Give it a second. I mean, I'm not going to lose sleep over the fact if we have to redo this day, though. You know, thankfully, if we have to remake it tomorrow, I know exactly what I'm doing with setting this up. We'll see. Okay, fluid flux. All materials. Migrate. To wherever alchemy is. I don't know where. Here it is, Cauldron Chronicles. Content. Overwrite all. Cross our fingers for this one. Just materials, right? It didn't change any of the blueprints. It doesn't seem to. It's still broken. I don't know. I'm just lost. My hope in humanity dwindling. Somehow this affects my hope in humanity, but you know, is what it is. The only other thing I can think that it might be is, like I said before, intermediate and saved. So we will delete those. Be a lot to delete in there. It's weird though. It's weird that the materials don't show. And they don't show just in that map. They don't show in any level. bringing in fresh materials doesn't fix it though either. Could be derived data cache problem too. Well, that definitely didn't fix it. Can I force a material to... I guess just by changing the shader itself, but... I mean, that didn't seem to do it. That's so frustrating. It's like it knows the material is there. It is affecting the world. But I can't see it. God, that's frustrating. V5 material not showing in editor. Nanite? No, they're not nanite. So that shouldn't be an issue. I think our only solution to this is to go back to the previous day. You know, we can cherry pick some of the stuff from this change set. How can I choose which ones I want? Hold on, don't do that. Probably should make a new branch and pull from that. Create branch, fixing some corrupted asset issues. I pull from there. Data fluid flux, coastline. Yeah, that's the thing. I must do all of them. I need to talk to my friend about this. I'm just gonna wait there before doing this. This needs a more careful touch, and I have a very bad track record of breaking source control. Very, very bad track record. Yeah, I don't know if he's here today. No, not at the moment. It's fine. You know what? It's like I'm already kind of done with it today. I'm gonna see too if the bugs exist on my home computer when I get there, so I'll just kind of like leave it here. We've pushed our changes. I'll see what happens. And I'll figure it out tonight, and you know, tomorrow we can I'll let you know what happens. If we need to redo it, if we should just, you know, consider this gone, poof, out of existence. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Alright, well, either way, we can jump over to Elden Ring, since, you know, I'm kind of done with this anyway, and I need a break. I need something less stressful than game development, so let's go play Elden Ring. Either way, if you're watching this on YouTube, I apologize for today. I apologize to you guys in Twitch chat too for today. You know, I guess we learned some things, we know some things that we need to avoid, and if we have to remake it tomorrow, I feel pretty confident that we can remake the river relatively quickly. You know, we know what we're trying to do and click on. So, I don't know. Could be worse, I guess. Yeah.